have your tickets to adventure tonight, and it's not to a galaxy far, far away, but to a ballpark nearby. Everybody's invited. Ewoks, Darth Vader, doesn't matter. Everybody can come under the tent here at PNC Park as the Pirates get set to begin a 10-game homestand hosting the Miami Marlins tonight. Thanks very much for being with us. Alongside Bob Walk, I'm Rob King, filling in for Greg Brown tonight. Congratulations to Greg and his son Ryan, graduating from high school tonight. Bob, we're going to get a look at Edinson Volquez for the Miami Marlins, coming off a no-hitter.
Well, you know, I was watching this game as it was going on. I think I saw like the last 4 outs that he got. And the thing is, when I watch a no-hitter, it's kind of like, is he going to get it? What's he going to throw here? When Edinson was out there, I mean, I was really pulling hard for him. He is such a good guy, and he was such a big part of this organization, the Pirates, turning things around when he was here. Outstanding starting pitcher for us. Always went out there and took the ball and stretched it all the way out to 6-7 innings. Very solid guy and a good guy to have in that clubhouse, and I'm sure that's what he's doing there. You can see the enthusiasm of his teammates. He's just one of the guys of the game that has fought through a lot of things, and it was a super deal to watch him throw that no-hitter.
He's the first of 3 former Pirates who will be pitching against the Bucs this weekend for the Miami Marlins. But our attention is on the guy who's pitching for the Pirates tonight in the Bucco uniform, and that's Gerrit Cole, coming off 3 starts. We've never really seen a stretch like this for Gerrit Cole. 8 home runs allowed, an ERA of 9.82 over those 3 starts.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out what's going on with him. I was talking to Ray about it Sunday. He was talking about some mechanic stuff, maybe going toward the plate a little too quick, not getting the ball out of his glove in time, things like that that they've been working on. Tonight we'll see if it pays any dividends, and hopefully he can go out there and shut those fish down.
The Pirates, coming off 2 tough losses in Baltimore, in need of some home cooking over the next 11 days. They will play 10 games here at PNC Park. Game 1 coming up next. 10-game homestand off to a good start, and to get himself out of a recent slump. Last 5 starts, we talked about that with Bob Walk moments ago, have not been good for Garrett Cole, so he is trying to round a corner here on Star Wars night. Both Bob and I are fans of Star Wars, right, Bob?
Oh yeah, I've seen every one of them, starting many galaxies ago, I guess.
Here's D. Gordon, who will lead things off for Don Mattingly's Miami Marlins. Gordon followed by Giancarlo Stanton. There's his career numbers versus Garrett Cole. Been moved into the 2 spot ever since then. He's been very good. Followed by Yelich. Ozuna off to a great start this year. Rio Muto is batting .361 on the road. Derek Dietrich. Tyler Moore is at first base with the injury to Justin Bour. He's been placed on the DL. The Marlins home run leader will not play in this series. JT Riddle filling in for Echeverria at shortstop has been good. And Edinson Volquez coming off the no-hitter on the mound as we are ready to begin under cloudy skies, but the forecast seems to be pretty good.
It's actually beautiful out there. The temperature-wise, this is the perfect weather to play baseball in. And here is Cole's baseball numbers, and they're all in decent shape. The ERA of 4.27, that's not a horrible ERA, but it has ballooned of late. And one of the numbers that really sticks out is that the 15 home runs. That's way too many for Cole. He throws much better than that.
8 in his last 3 starts, as we talked about, as Gordon fouls off the first pitch. 96 miles an hour from Garrett Cole.
Keep this guy off the bases. One of the premier base runners.
And he will get on base with a beautiful bunt. Freeze Fields, but far too late to get Gordon, who has 19 steals on the season, has only been caught twice. And so big threat on the base paths already for the Marlins. And we're going to be looking at this game quite a bit through the lens of Garrett Cole and what his thoughts are, what his emotions are. As we take a look at the Honda defense, the guys behind Garrett Cole and that guy in front of him, Elias Diaz, Jaso, Harrison, Mercer, and Freeze, Frazier in left, McCutchen, and Gregory Polanco in right field. Premier sluggers in the game, Giancarlo Stanton fouls it straight back.
An interesting problem, and that first shot there, from third base, looking over with Gordon in the background. One of the things that Garrett's been battling is rushing to the plate, getting that front side of his body going forward too soon before he gets settled over that back leg. But in this scenario, when you got a premier base stealer at first base, you're trying to be quick home. So it's those two things kind of oppose each other. Okay, stay back, settle over my back leg. Don't start leaning toward the plate too early. And at the same time, make sure you get home real quick and give Diaz a chance to throw Gordon out.
0-2 to Stanton. Just wide, 1-2. And is this a problem now? Look, we know Garrett Cole is working on something. It appears to be something mechanical. He's trying to think about that. You're trying to make sure that Gordon doesn't get a jump. You're trying to make sure that you don't give out anything too fat to a premier slugger. A lot of thoughts going on right now.
Oh yeah, but the mechanics kind of takes a back seat all the time in a live game, live situation. Saw Gordon taking off there. You really can't be thinking about, okay, make sure I get the ball out of my glove, make sure I get hand separation just as my knee, gets up to its highest point and starts forward. Whatever you're trying to do mechanically, you can think about that when you're warming up, but you can't think about during the game. All those other things about, Gordon, a great base stealer at first base. Stanton's at the plate. You better worry about him. He's got more power than General Electric.
Well, Gordon ran in the last pitch. Let's see what he does on the 1-2 here. Staying.
I guess I should have said Westinghouse.
Westinghouse, that'll work. Yeah.
This is not Cincinnati.
2-2 count. It is not. There are the numbers for D. Gordon. 19 of 21.
That's a pretty good percentage. 90. That puts you in an elite group, especially if you're running when everybody knows you're running and they're trying to stop you, which is what goes on with Gordon. There are some guys that they'll run in situations where nobody is really paying attention to them, like they'll steal third with 2 outs, things like that, to kind of get that success ratio up. But it really doesn't mean a lot. Gordon runs when everybody is paying attention to him and trying to prevent it. So it's very impressive to see that 90% with him. A little bit of a
flinched
flinch,
a little
yeah.
there, didn't he? And the question now, with Stanton batting second, you know, a lot of thought. The Pirates tried that with Andrew McCutchen. Put your best hitter in that 2 spot. Does that affect his approach at the plate at all, having to take more pitches, that sort of thing? You saw the flinch there from Gordon.
I'll bet you they told Stanton, just do your thing.
2-2, and the throw from Diaz sails into center field. And so Gordon trots on to third. The count will be full to Stanton.
That's a little disappointing. Diaz, one of his real weapons that he brings to the table in these games is his ability to throw out runners. I mean, he's got that great arm. And to see him toss one like this just clean over everybody in the center field, that's not good.
3-2 count now. Pitch to Stanton is outside on a breaking pitch. Maybe the knowledge from Diaz that he has to rush that just a little bit because Gordon is such a great base stealer, regardless of why it happens. It's in center field, and now the Marlins here with runners on first and third, and Christian Yelich coming to the plate. I
think it could also be just as simple as even the catchers that really throw the ball there. As you see the Rivers Casinos tips to win. The away in a galaxy far, far away, we're going to talk about that a little bit. It's about Cole's fastball placement, and that I think is going to be as important as anything else tonight. And the change-ups, the little splitter that Volquez throws, that's not what you want to be looking for. It's a very tough pitch to hit. When he threw the no-hitter, he got tons of chases on that ball down out of the strike zone. Be patient, make him get that pitch up. It's not what we're looking to hit. You want to hit Volquez's fastball.
There is Edinson Volquez. Outgoing personality. Pitch maybe a little high, a little inside. 1-1 count. Yelich 7 home runs, hitting .259 in the season. And rips this into right field. That'll score Gordon. Stanton will get to third, and Yelich will pull into second with a double. So the Miami Marlins jumping on Garrett Cole for an early run and have runners on second and third and nobody out.
Yeah, the thing is, there's nobody out. That's what makes the seriousness of this situation. I mean, you try to stay out of big innings, and now a run in, second, third, nobody out. It's going to be very difficult to get out of this without giving up 3 runs, which is exactly the number you try to avoid all the time, that 3 spot.
Marcell Ozuna had a great month of May, hitting .323, 15 homers, 41 RBIs. Yelich's double has got runners on second and third.
Now that fastball there over the inside corner, the inside fastball, that's what he's been getting hurt on. And what I mean by getting hurt on, his big problem this year has been the home run ball. And most of them have been off fastballs, and most of them have been on the inside half of the plate. So he needs to set that pitch up. He needs to establish something outside. Fastballs outside, slow stuff outside would be great. You establish that, you slow down that bat a little bit. They're going to start staying back because they don't want to be out too early on that slow stuff away from them. And that opens up the inside, especially when you throw 96 to 99 with your fastball. Once you get it in their minds that you can throw off-speed stuff for strikes away, there's no way they should be on time to hit that kind of velocity inside. But over the last 3 games, they have. So he just has not established a way.
That's fouled off as he goes back inside.
Even the hard throwers have to have that fastball command to where they can not just throw to one spot, that they can move the ball inside and outside.
'17th pitch of the at-bat. You can see the first 3 of the first 4 coming inside to Marcell Ozuna. Goes back
there you go.
away and
there we go. That's what you're looking for. Ozuna's shaking his head, but he'll go back in underneath and he'll look at the video and he'll see that that pitch was right there for a strike.
Another look at that strikeout pitch. See Ozuna saying no, 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 no.
Well,
perfect pitch.
I will say, after watching the replay, it still shows that it was a strike. It hit the corner of that strike zone. To be honest with you, when I saw it live, I thought it was a little bit better strike than that, but that was a borderline pitch. So I have to backpedal just a tad, but it's still a strike. But it's a huge strikeout nonetheless for Cole, trying to keep this a 1-run inning. You had to get a pop fly or a strikeout somewhere there, and now he's able to do it. That's the first step of escaping this no out second and third situation.
Diaz comes out.
I would imagine we'll see this a little bit tonight, trying to make sure that the young catcher is on the same page as he is.
He'll take his seat in front of home plate umpire DJ Rayburn, calling the balls and strikes tonight. JT Realmuto is the counterpart for Diaz. There's Jacob Stallings who will be backing up Diaz tonight. Realmuto hitting .361 on the road this season and takes a strike on the outside corner.
And that's what I like to see. He starts hitting that outside corner like that first couple innings, then they won't be turning on that hard inside pitch like they have this season.
1-1. All the strike again.
Again, nailed the outside corner. That one 98. Beautifully done.
Look at the location of some of these pitches.
Oh, that's if you're having trouble on guys hitting velocity inside, that's what you got to do to counteract it, because they can't cover both those pitches.
1-2 pitches fouled away.
When you throw as hard as Cole, you got to give something up to turn on a 96, 97 mile an hour fastball, and that is the slower pitches and the pitches that away. You can't cover both of those. So you look at the stat sheets and you see where, you know, of the home runs that he's given up this year, 10 of them have been on fastballs and 6 of the 10 have been on the inside half. There's something in the numbers to work on there.
Here's the 1-2 from Cole. In the dirt, blocked by Diaz. 22nd pitch of the inning for Garrett Cole.
Slider, you can see anytime you see that football type spin as it's going in like a spiral, that's your slider.
Two from Cole. Struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Garrett Cole.
.98 now after he set up. That's what I'm talking about there, setting up inside. He was able to go away for strikes, and that gives you back the inside.
Well, Cole's given up 1, but would probably feel pretty good about this inning if he can get Dietrich here.
You know, a lot of times you see guys like Cole with the great stuff, the velocity, all that, and you think, well, look, they make it look so easy. But even if you do have the great stuff, you still have to pitch. You still got to read the bats. What are they trying to do to me? What do I have to do to prevent that? And the good stuff kind of makes your room for error a little bit bigger is all. If you make a mistake somewhere, theoretically you don't get punished for it as much as somebody that doesn't have that great stuff that absolutely has to be pitch perfect.
It's the slider on the inside corner, 1-1. We've seen a lot of pitches on the edges from Cole. That one on the inside corner. 26th pitch of the inning. Good block by Diaz.
Yep. Very nice. Thinking that was that a slider?
90 miles an hour, I would think so.
You're kind of expecting. You put down a slider. No, I think that was a changeup.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe a snap hook changeup. Just did not come out of the hand. Get stuck in there.
2-1 to Dietrich. And that is hit hard into the right field corner over the head of Gregory Polanco. Dietrich heading towards second base. Here's a throw. He'll get in safely. 2 more runs score. It is 3-0 Marlins as Derek Dietrich doubles home Stanton and Yelich.
That's something that really gets you upset right there when you get those 2 key strikeouts, so you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You know maybe you've dodged a big bullet, and then they come up with a 2-out hit to knock in those extra 2 runs. That hurts. Was that another changeup? I believe it was. Looked like a changeup spin.
And it looked like Diaz was set up away, and it drifted towards the inside part of the plate. That location you're talking about that needs to be a little sharper.
You know, ideally should always be away. I know there's somebody that's going to say, no, so-and-so does a great job throwing inside. Well, whatever. But for me, changeups always need to be away, because that, you know, if you're throwing something slow and the bat is coming through on that arc and it's going to be a little early, well, if it's outside, the bat's already left the outside part of the plate by the time the ball gets there. That's what you're looking for. If it's on the inside, the bat stays through that inside part of the strike zone a lot longer. You know, you just picture looking straight down and you can see that arc of the bat, the way it swings. And the timing has to be much better if the ball's away.
Tyler Moore bested by that fastball. Moore, we mentioned earlier, filling in for Justin Bour, the team's home run leader, who is placed on the disabled list with an ankle injury that he suffered over the weekend. Here are the numbers for Tyler Moore in 27 games. Now, for fans watching at home, are you a believer in seeing where the mitt is and seeing how much the pitch is at least in that area to give you an idea?
Yeah, that'll give you an idea of the command that the pitcher has. If you don't see the glove chasing the ball all around, and that's good control. He's throwing it in the vicinity of where he wants to.
Right back to Garrett Cole, a 30-pitch inning in which the Marlins score 3 times. Offensively, as they get ready to take their first licks against Edinson Volquez in our RAV4 starting lineup for the Pirates. Adam Frazier followed by Josh Harrison, Gregory Polanco, David Freese, In his last 3 games, hitting .500 is followed by John Jaso swinging a better bat of late. Andrew McCutcheon's been much better in that 6-hole. Elias Diaz, Jordy Mercer, and of course Garrett Cole on the mound facing Edinson Volquez coming off the no-hitter.
The no-hitter came at a time when he really needed something to get him going. You see by the 2-7 record, he was obviously 1-7 going in and needed that game. But the other numbers really aren't all that bad. He looks to me, as far as his win-loss record, maybe pitching into a little bit of bad luck.
He lost his first 7. You know, he had some decent outings in there, but he's won his last 2 now. Marlins playing better baseball as a team as well. There's the 1-0 to Frazier. Takes for a strike. They were 10-8 on April 23rd, then went 6-21 over their next 27 games. They have been playing better baseball, 10-5 since that mark. So a pretty good stretch, an awful stretch, and now they're playing good baseball again. 1-2 count to Adam Frazier. Don Mattingly, Donnie Baseball. Frazier fouled that off his ankle.
That's a pitch we're talking about, which is basically made that no-hitter, and what's been real good for him the entire season.
Here's the 1-2. Grounded slowly to short. Riddle comes in, makes the throw. Frazier is out number 1. And here is the defense for the Marlins behind Edinson Volquez. We mentioned the injury to Justin Bour, so Moore is at first base. Gordon, JT Riddle filling in for Adeiny Echeverria, who's been out. Dietrich at third. An outstanding outfield offensively and defensively. Ozuna, Yelich, and Stanton with JT Realmuto. Terrific athlete in high school, was a quarterback and led his high school team to championships in both football and basketball. I beg your pardon, football and baseball. Josh Harrison takes strike 1. Harrison. No, turnabout's fair play. We saw D. Gordon do it, and now Josh Harrison lays down the bunt single.
Absolutely. Jay Hay, anytime that they play him back, I mean, he's got to do this. He might not be as fast as Gordon, but he's pretty darn quick. And when he can get a ball down that side with the third baseman playing well behind the third base bag, they're just going to put it in their pocket.
And we can call off the Johnny Vandermeer watch, right? The only pitcher to ever throw back-to-back no-hitters. That's in the rearview mirror. We don't have to worry about that one.
Only record that'll never be broken. Somebody might tie it, but they'll never be 3 in a row.
Gregory Polanco up. Has a 10-game hitting streak at PNC Park. Ball 1. Polanco off to a slow start, as you know, then starting to swing the bat better. Had a stint on the disabled list, has picked up and continued on since that time. Two and O's, that's away. You know, you had that great World Baseball Classic, and I think a lot of people thought this was going to be the breakthrough season, and then I guess maybe a little bit like sometimes a guy has a great spring and for whatever reason just didn't come out in April swinging a very good bat.
Yeah, but you know, when they have the great spring, or in this case the very strong World Baseball Classic, you always assume they're going to take that forward. I guess it's, you hope, because it would be a big deal. And you know, last year early on was kind of a breakout type year for Polanco. Started hitting with a lot of power.
So they fielded Jim Wolf there, but
tailed off at the end of the season. And so I was hoping this would be a year that where he would build on that. And you know everybody's going to have some slumps here and there, but for the whole year, be a consistent power guy. Maybe end up with 25 to 30 home runs with you got the short porch here to right field. But so far, haven't seen it yet. Glimpses of it here and there. The World Baseball Classic was a very good example of that. I mean, that was some good competition, obviously, and he was hitting the heck out of the baseball.
Right. 3-1 count with Harrison on first. Oh, and this one is hit high into right field. Drifting back as Stanton gets towards the wall, carrying, and on the wall, on the track, makes the grab. Josh Harrison just into second base as he tags up. But Polanco just missed that one.
Yep, just got underneath it. Still went out there, I think, a little bit further than Stanton thought. Because if he would have gotten back to make that catch with any kind of momentum going forward, he would have probably thrown out Jay. But you see, he's going back, throwing off his heels, and still got it there pretty good.
He got a great throwing arm.
Very accurate, as you could tell.
Look at Josh's uniform already, right?
It's like it's going to be like that every game. Will it be the third inning, fourth inning, or the first inning? It's going to be filthy.
David Freese up. Freese has been swinging a hot bat the last few games. Takes one inside, 1-0. Again, 2-0. Volquez seems to have a little trouble finding the strike zone early on.
When he was younger, very hard thrower, kind of like that guy right there, Garrett Cole, upper 90s, just electric stuff. Occasionally control problems.
Freese takes up higher, 3-0 now with John Jaso on deck.
And with a lot of guys that come here in the middle of their careers, or maybe even 2/3 of their careers gone, and suddenly find success again. A lot of that is Ray Searage getting them to believe and throwing strikes.
There's his pitching coach, Juan Nieves, next to Don Mattingly. And there is strike one to David Freese. I just feel like it would be nice to get Garrett Cole a little run support here in this bottom of the first after he gives up 3 runs in the top of the first to the Marlins.
Yeah, you always want to answer, even if it's just 1 run. Don't let the first blood go unanswered.
Pitch inside is taken by Freese, so he'll draw a 2-out walk. John Jaso up now. Very good defensive outfield. They can all throw. Saw Stanton back on his heels, almost getting Harrison as he tagged up on the fly ball from Polanco. Ozuna and Yelich, all outstanding defenders. There's Giancarlo Stanton. Starts out Jaso with an off-speed pitch. 0-1. There's Josh Bell, the night off tonight. Now 0-2 to John Jaso.
That was that change-up splitter just right, perfect on the outside corner. Now I think it's a little higher than he would like it. With just a little bit above the knees, and I think if he throws another one in this next pitch, he's going to want it in that same spot, but he'll want it actually down below the knees.
And John Jaso is hit by the pitch, and so that'll bring Andrew McCutchen up with the bases loaded.
Definitely a great opportunity to answer here. There's the hook. The ball's coming in right on the front foot. Tried to bury that curveball just a little too much.
Real Muto out to the mound to talk things over with Edison Volquez. And Chewbacca's lost his mask there. That looked like, you know, the black cap and the gray suit. That's, well, not a stormtrooper, one of the bad guys, I think, there, wasn't it?
Yeah, like a one of the captains or something of one of those Star Destroyers, whatever you call them. What were they?
I don't know.
Star Destroyer? I have my Star Wars advisor.
Now we're talking. That's a stormtrooper.
Never see one in the movie though. Really, like that. They always get their helmets on,
right?
In combat.
McCutchen rolls over that one, foul in the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 0-2 count.
Yeah, that was what he does sometimes when he gets a little over anxious. He tries to hook those fastballs. That fastball right on the outside corner, and he tried to pull it. And, as you said, rolled over on it.
Harrison on third.
You put those balls on the ground so often when you try to pull them. Not all the time, obviously, but enough.
Inside to McCutchen. Richard Harrison on third, Freeze on second, Jaso on first. Andrew McCutchen, you saw the career numbers with the bases loaded. He's never hit a grand slam. No. 2 Pirates and a Penguin. Oh, and Andrew McCutchen thought that pitch was inside. Volquez gets the strike call. The Pirates leave. The bases loaded. Marlins lead 3-0 as we head to the second.
Is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, the largest health system rated #1 in the region for all the things that matter most. By Bordas & Bordas, official legal partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And by Kenny Ross Subaru, total confidence pricing. Let's go Bucks!
There's Andrew McCutchen, didn't like that strike 3 call. He and Josh Harrison talking things over as we see strike 1 to JT Riddle, shortstop for the Marlins. And you get a look at DJ Rayburn, the home plate umpire tonight, calling balls and strikes. That's away, 1-1 count.
We'll take away a look at the strike 3 call. A similar spot to Ozuna's. Remember Ozuna's was kind of right there in that bottom corner. That sometimes it'll be a strike, sometimes it won't.
And that was a changeup on the inside corner, right? Here's the 1-2 pitch. And that is blown by JT Riddle for the strikeout, third for Garrett Cole.
You know, those the change-ups, it's a split type change-up, so it takes a lot of the backspin off the ball. So because it doesn't have much backspin, it drops a lot. And you don't want to chase those downstairs. So when you recognize it, you see, okay, that's at my knees.
Volquez.
Got him.
And they do get him at first. Nice play by David Freese.
So when you see that ball down by the knees, you've been telling yourself probably all day since lunch, don't chase that pitch down, don't chase that pitch down. That particular one didn't really drop much, and it kind of stayed at the knees. You see the play by Freese. Didn't really get in a hurry at all. He knew he had Volquez running. Even though he barehanded it, he kind of took a little a couple of tenths of a second there to kind of set his feet before he made that throw.
Volquez always looks like he's got a smile on his face.
Oh yeah, he was a great guy when he was here. Always kind of fun-loving, easy to talk to. And even after bad starts, you know, if you wanted to ask him something, he let the bad stuff roll off. Yeah, what do you need?
I mean, it just looked like having to sprint 90 feet was the most fun thing that's happened to him all day. You know, I mean, just big grin on his face.
Might be. It's a fun run.
1-2 to Gordon. And Garrett Cole looking to try to get through this inning quickly. Has thrown 8 pitches after throwing 30 in the first inning. I'd like to get back on track with a couple of quick innings. Gordon in protect mode, fouls that one off. Tenth pitch of the inning for Cole. Gordon dribbles it back to the mound. Cole up and does get that quick inning, keeps the Marlins off the board. And so the Pirates get right back to the bat rack, trailing 2-0 after 1.5. 3-0 after 1.5. Garrett Cole talking things over with Ray Searage. Good quick inning. Needed just 10 pitches, and the Pirates get right back into the batter's box here. Elias Diaz will lead things off in the bottom of the second. Diaz has hit safely in each of his 5 starts. You see his numbers there, filling in for Francisco Cervelli. Of course, Chris Stewart also on the disabled list.
Diaz having a fine game in New York, 6 RBIs.
There's Chris Stewart.
He's got 8 RBIs and 8 hits.
Very efficient.
Not bad right there. That's pretty good.
For some reason, the Hack Wilson 190 RBI season, which I think they've changed, has me wondering how many hits he had to drive in that amount of runs. Garrett drove in, what, 184 one year, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, a big year hit-wise is
200.
200 and over.
Okay. 3-1. Volquez still having a little trouble finding the strike zone, and walks Diaz. As we head downstairs to Dan Potash. Danny.
All right, guys. Well, Edison Volquez and his former pitching coach, Ray Searage, had a moment to, well, hug it out, if you will, before the game. Of course, the two worked together in 2013. So earlier I asked Ray if he ever thought that Edison had a no-no in him.
I think every pitcher has the ability and the opportunity to throw one. It's just that all the stars got to be lined up for you. But I know that he would be successful on anything that he did. As to a no-hitter, looking at that, you know, that's that. Who knows? You know, sometimes that comes once in a lifetime or never comes in a lifetime. And he was able to make the best of it and secure it and nail it down. And good for him.
By the way, guys, we are just about a month away, July 12th. From 1997, the 20th anniversary of the last time the Pirates had a no-no, a combined effort by Francisco Cordova and Ricardo Rincon.
Thank you, Danny. There's the pregame hug and another big smile from Volquez. Mark Johnson had the big home run right in that combined no-hitter to win it for the Pirates. To the Kevin Brown no-hitter, which John Wehner took part in. 1-1 count to Jordy Mercer. By the way, we got some great information. Jason Steele in the truck. Hack Wilson had 208 hits to get his 191 RBI, so not nearly as efficient as Elias Diaz. Pretty efficient, though.
Very efficient.
That's a lot of RBIs.
That no-hitter, by the way, was very efficient. He had 10 strikeouts in that no-hitter and threw less than 100 pitches.
Yeah, remarkable. Great performance, and almost left the game. We saw in the open that he tumbled on the 3rd pitch of the game, a collision at first base with his first baseman, and it rolled over and thought he might have to leave the game. Then in the 5th inning, the ankle stiffened up on him a little bit, but he hung in there and wound up pitching the 6th no-hitter in Marlins history.
That's a lot of no-hitters for a organization. It's just, relatively speaking, getting started.
the most in that time since the foundation of the organization. That's the most no-hitters in baseball.
They have gotten off to a good start and just probably everything except attendance. They got a couple World Series trophies.
Right.
They've been a very successful organization in a lot of different ways. They're still looking for a way to get that success they've had over the years. Got the new ballpark. That hasn't really seemed to help a ton.
And Potash a grounder whistling that way, and here's that first out. So the throw by Boro, then in the collision at first base, and Volquez thought he might have to come out of the game. They took a look at him and said, I can go. Can you imagine that now?
Oh, right? He knew he's like, I got no hit stuff tonight. I can't come out of this game.
Jordy Mercer takes, fouls it off, so will remain alive. Garrett Cole in the batter's box. I beg your pardon, on deck. Waiting to get into the batter's box. Hopefully when he gets there, there'll be a couple aboard and he can maybe bunt some runners over. Diaz on first. 2-2 pitch to Mercer. Mercer rips one down the left field line, but foul. Nice play. In the corner.
They're the best in the game. We travel all the different stadiums. We see them all.
Blaze Laboon with the big play. Excellent form.
All the girls here that play down the lines, they are outstanding as far as keeping those balls from bouncing it back out into the field of play and having to call timeouts. It doesn't happen that way in the other stadiums.
Jordy Mercer continuing to battle Edinson Volquez. Here's one of our Point Park tweets. I want to be like Blaze when I grow up. All girls rock. That's great.
Doesn't know how to use that glove.
That is tremendous. Susie Cool, who's done some ball girling herself, in charge of the social media tonight.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm. And Mercer, after that long battle, takes strike 3. So first out here of the bottom of the second inning.
His fastball just high enough. Right across the kneecaps.
Interesting to see if Cole is in a square to bunt. Looks like he is. Shows early. Fouls it off. You talk about directional bunting a lot. Where does Garrett want to bunt this ball with a runner
First
on
base?
First? Okay.
Definitely want to keep it over to that side. I mean, Moore can't come in, and he's got to hold the runner on. He can't break until the pitch goes home.
And you'd think another disadvantage being right-handed, so would have to twirl to make that throw to second base.
And let's be honest with you, too, a lot of first basemen play first base because throwing is not their best suit. So a lot of them don't want to throw. And when I was a youngster, came up with the Phillies, they used to talk about, okay, you know, directional bunting, and then when we play the Dodgers, there's no direct, just bunt it to garbage because he won't throw it. He'll always just turn and lob it to first. They didn't care who you were bunting over.
And Realmuto would take it and throw out Cole. He is successful in getting the sacrifice bunt down.
Now, when you roll them out like that, just out onto the grass a little ways, then it doesn't make much difference.
They had some guys there now, the Dodgers. You had Steve Sachs, right? He had the throwing problems. Pedro Guerrero at third base. I don't know if Guerrero and Garvey ever played together.
I know he played with Sachs, but I don't know when. You know, they're the famous infield that they had back in those days. It was Lopes, Russell, Say, and Garvey, right? They were together a decade, I think.
Frazier takes strike 1.
Yeah, Garvey, I think, started out as a third baseman and threw his way over to becoming a first baseman.
Frazier, nice play over there by Moore. He'll underhand to Volquez and get Frazier at first. Fine defensive play by Tyler Moore at first base. Keeps the Pirates off the board as we head to the third.
looking for win number 4 in a row. Joey Votto goes deep, 16th home run to center. 2-run shot. Votto 4 for 4, 2 ribs. Reds win it 5-2, guys.
Paul, thanks very much for the Reds bouncing back a little bit at the Cardinals. Man, 2009, the last time they were below 500 this late in the season, and they just continue to drop.
Such a tremendous organization. It's kind of odd to see what's happening to them, but even the best have to go through it occasionally.
St. Louis now 6 games below 500 with that
Yeah,
loss.
Chicago's had their struggles. I mean, the division is there for somebody to take off with it. Who will it be? Of course, you know, Chicago has the pedigree. They have a lot of names. They did it last year, wiped everybody out. But you got to play the games between the lines. You can't just look at your roster and say, oh, look how good we are, and we got it.
Here's the 1-1 pitch to Stanton. Stanton, a high foul ball down the right field line. And you never know what it's going to take in a given year, right? There was the one year where the Pirates, you don't even have to get to 90 wins and you get in the playoffs, and other years where you better win more than 90 to get a wild card spot. Another one ripped foul. This one hit a little harder, a little higher.
I was on a first place team, not a wild card team, but a first place team with the Braves. And we won 89 and took the division. So you don't, and that was back when there were just 2 divisions. So you're never sure, you know, what kind of season it's going to be, what kind of parity, what the final record needs to be to get in. And then once you're in, and then it's a tournament, and anybody can get hot.
2-2 pitch to Stanton, who walked his first time up. And that is strike 3, caught looking. Giancarlo Stanton, who, by the way, is celebrating an anniversary tonight. The anniversary of his Major League debut. Our day automotive this day in Pirates history. The Bucks beat the Brewers 9-8 in 11 innings. Brian Giles had a 3-run homer in the 7th to get the Bucks back within a run. Then Aramis Ramirez tied it with a sac fly in the 9th. Craig Wilson hit the walk-off single in the 11th, driving in Jack Wilson, who was 4 for 6 in the game.
And the DH, that's right.
Groundswell of support for
I
that
like
movement.
the hat. Good looking hat.
This ball hit
Cut it off.
crisply into right center field. And boy, Yelich just sprinting out of the box, had no thoughts of anything but a double, and is able to get in there safely rather easily.
Yeah, I thought if they were able to cut that ball off, keep it from getting through the warning track, that they'd have a shot at stopping him, but nope.
Yelich 2 for 2 with 2 doubles in the game.
Ball's cut off, but there's not even really a play at second base.
And again, looked like Diaz maybe was set up away, and that pitch drifted towards the middle again as Marcell Ozuna steps to the plate, struck out in his first at bat.
You are a watcher of that glove. I like that.
That's a big Teak thing. Teak talks about that a lot back in the studio, so we'll.
Well, you know, it's a lot of times people are thinking, well, you look at the base on balls, the counts, you know, all that kind of stuff as far as what kind of control somebody had. But if you really want the answer, you know, watch how much glove movement you're seeing. And if that glove's not moving from side of the plate to the other side of the plate, you're seeing some pretty good control.
That shatters as Jaso hustles over to get Ozuna at first base unassisted. 2 outs now in the top of the 3rd.
So that pitch right there, that's going to be off the plate for a ball. If he takes it, you're going to say, oh, it was wild. But watch where the glove was set up, moved up a little bit, but not left or right at all. They wanted that ball inside on the hands.
And you talked about how he still has the great stuff. And when he was going through that stretch of 9 terrific games, and he had 7 in a row in which he went 6 or more and allowed 2 or fewer runs, you didn't see that glove moving a whole lot. So when he has that stuff and is pitching to that location, he's showing you elite pitcher, right?
Yeah, I'm really surprised, kind of shocked at those home run numbers. Looking at them this year.
Well, it's never been a problem.
No,
for him.
and And watching him from spring training on, I mean, the first couple times in spring training, it was like, oh wow, look at Cole this year. I mean, he was like a man on a mission. And then to see kind of things get away from him for, well, then now 3 games in a row, you know, that was a little weird.
And you see 10 of the 15 have been hit by left-handers this year for Garrett Cole. 15 homers, and that's just, you don't see him doing that as the breaking ball's in there for strike 2 called. 1-2 count. Then Hurdle and Ray Searage looking on. Tom Prince joining in. 1-2 pitch, and this is hit into short right field. Josh Harrison says he has it, but Polanco comes on and makes the running grab. Garrett Cole gets out of the inning without any further damage. The Marlins lead 3-0 on Star Wars night at PNC Park. Light up the Berg tomorrow night. Come early for a Barrow Kia block party on Federal Street. Bob Friend will be there signing autographs. Then after the Bucks and Marlins at 7:05, watch a Zambelli fireworks show courtesy of PPG. Go to pirates.com/fireworks to get your tickets. Star Wars night. Chewbacca. Yep. No mask, got the hat on backwards though.
Doesn't need a mask. Got the beard going. Like Jay-Hay. Jay-Hay's definitely got a good beard going on. Uh-oh. Yeah, some rebels.
Oh, man.
The rebels trying to sneak through. Those aren't the rebels you were looking for.
I would. Those aren't the droids you're looking for. These aren't the droids we're looking for. That's the line you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right? Little Obi-Wan Kenobi. Tremendous. There's Josh Harrison, beat out a bunt. The Pirates' lone hit early on in this game thus far in the first inning. Takes down low. Man, that Star Wars, the fans embracing it tonight, huh?
Yeah, everywhere. Everybody loves Star Wars.
Them two fouled off. We were exchanging our own Star Wars
well,
stories
the other
before the
day,
broadcast.
you seconded this. We were on the airplane earlier this season. I watched that Rogue One.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Excellent.
Very good. Kind of the a little off the main storyline, kind of how they got the plans to the Death Star so that they could blow it up.
And this is Susie Cool. We talked about her earlier. Just hanging out with Chewbacca at Star Wars night. She was hosting the costume contest down on Federal Street.
Well, that one had to be a finalist there.
It's a tough job. And we see all the stormtroopers and all the Chewbaccas
I mean, how do you
out
pick?
there. Yeah, the Rogue One, you know, you have the, we're talking about it, you have the Star Wars, which is the 4th story, right? Then 5, 6, and they went back and did 1, 2, and 3, and it kind of slides in there between 3 and 4, sort of.
It kind of, it's a little side story on how Princess Leia got those plans.
Or slides in between 2 and, between 3 and 4, right. Remember how they just look so evil.
Oh, yeah. They still look evil. Look at them. Scary folks.
Polanco takes away, 1-0 count. Polanco just got under one in the first inning. High fly ball that chased Stanton back to the track. Is up and away, 2-0. Nova Osuna, a view from the Pirates dugout. Polanco, another high fly ball. This one not nearly as well hit. Stanton will move in, camp under it, and make the grab. We're going to get a look, Bob, at the costume winner. Kind of exciting.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how all these great costumes we've seen. Who's the winner? The Ewok, that'd be on the left there, right? Isn't that the Ewok, the little furry forest creature?
I think the one on the right is one of the Sand People, right?
Oh yeah,
right from the original Star Wars.
The very beginning. Oh, it's a Jawa.
Jawa.
A Jawa. Okay. Thank goodness we have experts online here to fill us in. I think the Sand People were taller.
Okay.
Similar type.
I was not a Sand
Similar
person,
type outfit.
Okay.
I think.
All right. Shopped at the same
Well,
stores.
I don't know now.
Right?
I'm getting looks like I don't know. Like I'm totally wrong.
By the way, the winner will be the fan of the game at a game in September. Get a couple tickets to come to the ball game.
I didn't know Mickey Mouse was in Star Wars.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. I'm at a loss. So Disney owns.
Well, Disney owns the Star Wars. What do you call that? A franchise?
Yeah, it's a franchise.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
George Lucas, right?
There's that's a what? No? A Tusken Raider. Okay. Tusken Raider.
Yeah, no, that is a Sand person. Yeah. What was the other one? I was so sure I was right, but I was not even. It's a Jawa, but I'm not sure what a Jawa is. I do know that David Freese goes down. And a quick 1-2-3 inning for Edinson Volquez as we head to the top of the 4th.
It's time for the Toyota all-wheel drive RAV4th inning. Toyota, what drives you?
Under cloudy skies in downtown Pittsburgh, cloudy but not threatening.
A little bump action.
Marlins leading the Pirates 3-0. Star Wars night. It looks like Yoda. Well, when you're 800 years old, you need a nap every now and again.
Yes, you do. You need to take a little rest.
There's the JMO wristband for Jamison Tyone making the rehab start last night.
Looks like everything is going well for him. On schedule. There is no schedule, but
in the corner will stay fair. Frazier will field it. And cruising into second is Derek Dietrich with a leadoff double. And Garrett Cole gets through the second and third unscathed.
Well, you're at the bottom of the order now. The third hitter coming up now is going to be Volquez. So the key here is to figure out some way to get the first out without them moving that runner to third base. If you can do that, then
Dietrich has a pair of doubles. Yelich has a pair of doubles. Riddle pops this one up, and it will head into the seats behind home plate.
But if you can do that, then you're not going to force the infield to come in. Infield can play back normal depth. A ground ball won't score a run. You won't have a sacrifice fly. All those are just going to be the second out. Nothing more than that. And then you have Volquez to end the inning. This is the key to getting out of here. Right now, this at bat with Moore.
0-1 off the plate.
They have coffee back in the, or maybe in the future, in the Star Wars days.
I don't know.
Probably had it, but they named something exotic.
Oh, this ball is hit hard to center field. McCutchen going back. It's over his head. It is off the wall. That'll bring in Dietrich, and Riddle will change places with him. The fifth double, I beg your pardon, Moore will change places with him. Fifth double of the night for the Marlins, and they have a 4-0 lead.
Well, we're talking about establishing a way, not getting hurt on the inside fastballs. I think this was a fastball, definitely inside half, and hit very hard, only about a foot from being a home run. Yeah, it looked like a strike, but inside half of the plate for sure.
And you think some of that is sequencing? Because as you mentioned, a pitcher with Garrett Cole's kind of stuff, as he gets the strike one call there, should be able to get away with some stuff, and it doesn't look like he's getting away with a whole lot right now.
I agree that there's been some balls hit out of the ballpark, or this year, in the last 3 starts, I've had that same thought. Like, how is that happening? I mean, he's throwing great. The velocity is there. Don't really have now. If he was getting in a lot of hitters counts, a lot of 3-ball counts, being wild, and you look and you say, okay, there's reasons for that. But the wildness is not really there. I mean, you can do like what I'm doing tonight and kind of nitpick a little bit and saying, well, maybe instead of throwing the ball right on the corner, it was in the middle of the inside half. Well, we're talking the corner and the middle of the inside half is this much. Now, when you're throwing 97 miles an hour, this little bit right here shouldn't be the difference between an out and a line drive off the fence. So I don't really know exactly why this is happening to him over these last 3 starts and now a 4th start.
2-2 now on Riddle.
If you got a fastball that's 90, 89, well then that little amount can be a big deal. That's where the game is starting, and you hear the analysts, wherever you're watching, talk about how control is very important to this guy. He's got to hit his spots. Well, that's code for he didn't throw very hard. So now it's not always the case, because watch this. Okay, now this is supposed to be a fastball in the outside corner, and it drifted a good piece of the plate. But when you throw as hard as Garrett does, that's what should happen at least most of the time. When you got a decent part of the plate, your stuff should save you. Remember earlier we were talking about more room for error,
right,
when you have that good stuff. It almost seems like his room for error isn't much different than somebody who has a top speed of 91 on their heater.
Volquez takes strike one, 1-1 count now. Bob, when you're scuffling a little bit for whatever reason, when you get back to being the pitcher you ought to be and have been in your career, is there an aha moment? Does it happen slowly? Do you throw a pitch or two and think, well, wait a minute, it's there now?
For me, it was always a slow process. I always thought it was like this gradual slope up and then a cliff. And then a gradual slope up and then a cliff. That's kind of how it always went for me. The moment I thought, okay, I really got it going, well, then the cliff would be right around the corner, and I'd have to start all over, and it would be that gradual pull. Interesting thing that I'll tell you right after you read this.
Yes, I have some work to do. Enjoy a summer afternoon at the ballpark on Saturday when the Pirates play the Marlins at 4:05. The first 20,000 fans will get a Pirates t-shirt thanks to Sheets. Go to pirates.com/free shirt Saturday for your tickets. You were saying?
I had a really good pitching coach when I was in Richmond, when was in the Braves organization, Johnny Sane. I'm sure that a lot of folks know who Johnny Sane is, and also have heard that he was one of the great pitching coaches. Well, one of the things that he wanted me to do, and I never did, I wish I would have, because it would have been fun to look at it right now, is he said, when you're really going good, things are great, man, you think you're unhittable, sit down, and this was, of course, before internet and smartphones and all that kind of stuff. Sit down, pen and paper, write yourself a letter about everything you're thinking.
T. Gordon, a slow chopper, and we will get back to that story as Gordon is retired 4-3, and we head to the bottom of the fourth. Into Pittsburgh's music scene as we showcase local artists and tracks throughout every Friday Night Pirates broadcast. Eternal Boy is this week's performer on Friday Night Rocks, presented by IC Light. We're heading to the bottom of the fourth inning. Edinson Volquez and the Marlins leading the Pittsburgh Pirates by the score of 4-0. John Jaso set to lead off, and we are set to get back to the story of Johnny Sane famous for the spawn and saying and pray for rain, right? As a pitcher, then a great pitching coach.
Yeah, but the Milwaukee Braves.
And then was telling you a story.
Well, he said that, write and the letter shouldn't be just, about baseball, but everything that's going on, in your life, why you're feeling so good about stuff, what's going on with you, baseball stuff also, like how's the fastball feel coming off your fingers? You got great command of your curveball. Why do you think you have great command? Anything you could put in this letter. He said, write down stuff that you think are not even important. Write it down. And then you put that letter in an envelope, seal it up, put it away somewhere, back of a bookcase. He goes, someday you're going to be thinking, I'll never get another guy out in my life. Because everything I throw up there, they read that letter. And he said, more often than not, that'll pretty much save you, or at least get you back thinking about the things you should be thinking about, and why, in your own words, you were at a high point and really doing well. And it'll jog some things, knock some things loose, and you hopefully will be fine after that. Now, like I said, I never did it. It would be fun to go back now and look at that letter and see what I would have written down about. But I think every player, and it's really easy nowadays with the smartphones and all that kind of stuff. You could do that in a second, to just record a voice note to yourself about, man, I'm really hot right now. I'm 20 for my last 36 hitting. I've hit a couple of home runs. I'm seeing the ball so well. This is what it's looking like to me. Whatever you can think, put that in there. And then someday when you're 0 for 18, listen to it.
I don't know how you feel, but if I did that for myself, I'd have to tell my wife I did it so I'd remember that it was there. Because I might do it and then forget it was there, Because when you get down, you're just so down, you kind of forget to check some of those things.
But then there would be that aha moment. You're like, oh, that's right, that letter. It's there. I'm going to go look at it.
1-2 to Andrew McCutchen.
Then you're looking at it and you're going, who wrote this? This person's crazy.
McCutchen caught looking in the first with the bases loaded on a close pitch. Facing Volquez for the second time. Inside, 2-2. There's Vance Worley. He's catching the glances over the top, but you can tell certainly by the glasses. And Vance Worley, chopper by Andrew McCutchen. It'll go just foul.
It's going to be like early spring training when you're playing a couple of inter squad games.
Now you liked Johnny Sain as a pitching coach.
Oh yeah, I love
Ray
it.
Miller, right? Two of the more
all
famous
pitching coaches are very different in how they work, what they think is important, and the situations are different too. I think a pitching coach in the minor leagues has to be, or should be, very different than somebody at the big leagues.
There's Ray Searage earning his own reputation. He's one of the best in the business. 2-2 pitch to McCutchen. And he goes down on strikes, this time swinging. And Edinson Volquez has only given up that bunt single to Josh Harrison in the first inning.
Yeah, or we'd be talking Vandermeer.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. The bunt single to this point.
And that was, I believe, one of your tips to win, right?
Yeah, that was you see the grip, the little wide fingers, the splitter. He takes the backspin off the ball, and of course, when you get both those power fingers off the back of the baseball, it also takes the speed off, and you get that ball to drop a little bit, and it's slower. Guys will chase it and be out there too quick.
Strike one to Elias Diaz. Slow dribbler down to third. Dietrich hustling in and gets Diaz at first. Another quick inning for Edinson Volquez. We head to the fifth, with the Marlins up by the score of 4-0.
The Marlins lead the Pirates by a score of 4-0. Before tonight's game, the Pirates taking part in a Chair of Honor ceremony where the team unveiled a seat that will remain empty throughout the year. The one empty seat idea was developed by the Rolling Thunder, a Vietnam veterans group, and serves as an opportunity to honor those fallen heroes who became prisoners of war or are still missing in action. That seat, oh, by the way, will be located on the main court concourse behind section 129. You also saw Frank Coonelly and Dick Grope in that video there. Great thing to make sure that we do not remember or we do not forget ever what our veterans have done for us.
Thanks very much. And Dick Grote, of course, serving in the military as well. That's something that I think we've seen over the years with Pirates charities is something that's important to Bob Nutting as well.
Oh, absolutely. Very important. And Pirate charities have done great work in that regard over the years, helping out the veterans.
Stanton grounds out to begin the top of the 5th inning. 72 pitches for Garrett Cole, so chance to get through certainly this inning if he can be efficient, maybe a couple more. Little air guitar going on. Yelich 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles.
Now you've given up those 4 runs, that's one more than most guys want to allow themselves. Probably 2 more than what Cole allows himself. So right now it's just you're trying to stay out there and, like you said, to be efficient and make sure the bullpen's going to get involved, but try to push that off as long as you can.
Right.
Keep the arms fresh as possible.
Bullpen a little taxed after a couple of extra inning games against the Orioles. This one slapped by Yelich to short. Mercer comes up, 2-6-3 outs to begin the top of the 5th inning. And of course, some of that may be out of Garrett's control. He may be coming up at a time in the order where they'll want to use a pinch hitter. But
absolutely, I mean that's something that definitely gets you out of the game in the National League as much as anything else.
And the 10-pitch 2nd inning, and the 3rd and 4th reasonably efficient. The kind of pitch counts that can get you through 7 innings in a start. After that 30-pitch 1st inning, which the Marlins scored 3 times. There's Clint Hurdle looking on. But he wasn't sure before the game about Tony Watson, Felipe Rivera, Wade LeBlanc, whether they'd be available. Pirates calling up Dovydas Neverauskas as a strike is called. Looked like Ozuna was taking all the way. Johnny Barbado heading down to AAA. So not sure how many of those guys are actually available for the Pirates tonight. It's Neverauskas, who's walking about. Of course, making national news as the first Lithuanian-born player in the majors. Ozuna 1-2. Had a question earlier about a strike call, then didn't like this one either.
Well, maybe just a little bit inside, but it's one of the things where it just absolutely drills the glove. Diaz didn't have to move it at all, and when you do that, it is going to influence the umpire.
Still looks like some words being exchanged.
Well, if he gets another one that doesn't go his way, might get hot enough to get tossed.
Instead, he lifts a single into right field. Now Cole hoping for a quick 1-2-3, but sees that 96-mile-an-hour fastball heading into right. First hit of the game for Ozuna brings up JT Realmuto.
You see the glove had to move a long ways that time. That was a perfect example of what you were talking about earlier. The glove was on the outside corner, and even though the ball never got to it, he's reaching back to the inside to catch that ball that he never obviously had to catch.
And that must be frustrating for a pitcher, because you talked about inside of the plate, outside of the plate. Ready throws, I think it was 4 straight balls inside. He's got him thinking inside, then you want to go away, and the pitch drifts inside, and Ozuna's there to protect because that's what he's seen, right?
Yep.
Nice block by Diaz. Able to keep Ozuna at first base.
You know, the game really is very simple. Even the part about reading the bats and knowing how to mess up hitters' timing and what to do. But it's not a video game to where you can say, okay, I'm going to throw an inside fastball here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. The knowledge is there for everybody. Very easy to know what to throw and where to throw it. It's the execution. It's the tough part, and it separates the elite guys from the mediocre guys, and even the mediocre guys from the poor guys. It's not knowing what to do. I mean, that's kind of hammered into you from A ball on, both the pitchers and the catchers for that matter. But it's having the plan and then the execution of it. And also too, and then this is where I think the pitchers and the catchers, when you call a good game or a poor game, just because, okay, a slider on the outside corner would be perfect right here. Let's say your pitcher has just got a horrendous slider, no command of it at all. Well, why call it? Because you're not going to get it anyway, even if that is the pitch you know would work. So you got
to back singles now.
You got to try and pitch around that, or call the game around that. What do I have? What can I call, or what can I throw that I have a reasonable chance of succeeding and executing with? There's that inside fastball again, and look, you can see Garrett, he's getting a little upset about it. You know, see him make that hand like that. That was in, wasn't it? How did he turn on that and hit a line drive to left?
Ray Searage out to
he saw the same thing, and he knows that, okay, Garrett's questioning himself now. I got to go out there and, you know, to reinforce some things.
I think one of the interesting things, I had a conversation with Chris Stewart a few weeks ago about who's in charge of the game planning, who's in charge of knowing what a batter hits, what his hot zone is, what you should throw him in a certain count. And obviously I guess it's the catcher who mostly has that game plan going on and has to have that knowledge. But then it's, like you said, it's based on what does a pitcher throw well, what is he throwing well that day, what does the hitter look like he's doing in the box that day.
You have to be kind of a counter puncher. You've got to change with the scenario, the situation. What inning is it? What count is it? What's the score? Where are the base runners at? And mix that all in with what has the pitcher got today? What can he do? And put that together with what your scouting report said in the very beginning, you know, 2 hours before the game when you were thinking about it.
0-2 now on Dietrich, by the way. 2 doubles in the game for Dietrich, a pair of RBIs on that double in the 4th.
And you figure that all out, and then you call for the perfect pitch, but then the execution's not there. So it's just a giant jigsaw puzzle. Isn't that beautiful?
I love the view from your office up here.
Yeah,
it is nice.
It is great. The shadow, that line is just gorgeous tonight.
Inside the Dietrich, and you see the river going by from our view, and downtown Pittsburgh, great skyline, beautiful, beautiful setting. I've not been to San Francisco. They say that part's awfully nice too, but it's hard to imagine.
You know, there's probably
nicer than this.
There's got to be a handful that everybody will argue about what's the best, but this is going to be in that handful of ballparks. There's no doubt about that. You can't argue that.
Yep. Camden Yards, the first, really the one that started all this retro ballpark
set
feel.
The tone for everything that followed, and it's still, again, it's in one of that handful, those 5 best ballparks. It's right there still.
2-2 pitch. Dietrich lines one into left field, and this will bring in a run. Ozuna comes in to score, and it makes it 5-0 Marlins.
2 outs, 2 strikes on the hitter, nobody on. And that was almost like, that's one of those bad luck hits right there. You know, you're throwing that slider, it's cutting in. Let's see if it got inside. Pretty much down the middle, but just didn't hit it all that well. Just fought it off and blooped it in.
Tyler Moore will come to the plate. They took a look at that play at second base as Frazier throwing behind the runner there, Real Muto, but decided it was not worth the challenge. So now Tyler Moore comes up. He is also doubled in the game. High foul ball along the right field line. Jan Marinez warming up in the Pirates bullpen. Clint Hurdle looking on, his team losing 2 heartbreaking games in Baltimore. And this one lined and past Jordy Mercer, and that will bring in another run. All this coming now with 2 outs as Moore singles in Real Muto.
This kind of reminds me of a Jay hit, a breaking ball that's going away and able to reach out, get the head of the bat to it, and keep it in the air. That's supposed to be a ground ball to short.
Yep, look at that location. JT Riddle has struck out a couple times. Pulled across the plate for a strike. Riddle's done a pretty nice job, kind of a scrappy player, regarded as a pretty decent prospect, not really expected perhaps to be called up with the injury to Echeverria, getting a chance to play every day over the last month or so of the season. Fouls that back 0-2 now. 93 pitches for Garrett Cole. You take a look at that beautiful shot of PNC Park. See the river in front, the skyline in the back. In the foreground, the Pirates trailing 6-0. Fisted off.
Wow,
and
how about this is
will go in for a single.
3 in a row, just been kind of pushed out there toward left field.
And remember, ground out to Stanton, ground out to Yelich. Just a little while ago, we were talking about the hopes of an efficient inning, and could Garrett Cole work deeper into the game? And the answer after 4, now 5 consecutive singles is no, he will not be able to. Manager Clint Hurdle is coming in. Looks like he's going to make a double switch. And the night will end for Garrett Cole disappointing, as his run of starts in which he's not able to get deep for the Pirates continues now. 4 in a row for Garrett Cole. It's puzzling to see as manager Clint Hurdle will come out to make the switch.
Well, that last pitch you could see was a pretty well placed inside fastball up on the hands. It just was able to fight it off, and that's what's so frustrating for Garrett right now. He didn't get bit by the big home run balls tonight. It was a lot of the little dinkers that got him tonight.
Disappointing outing for Garrett Cole. Jan Marinez takes over when we return.
presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, disappointing outing for Garrett Cole for sure, coming off 3 subpar starts. The hope was that he would get back on track after that dominant run of pitching, and the puzzling stretch continues as he's given up 7 runs for now and 11 hits. Jan Marinez will take over to face Edinson Volquez with 2 aboard. Double switch. Jacob Stallings now catching, and he will bat in the 9th spot. And Marinez will take Diaz's spot in the 7 hole. So it looks like it's Marinez's game here for a couple of innings. And the numbers for Jan Marinez.
There they are. 0-3, 439. Good time to come into the ball game. You just have to get Volquez out to stop the inning. Volquez with a 7-run lead might not even be swinging the bat. Might be doing a Rick Russell.
Gabbing with Jacob Stallings.
You give Big Daddy a big lead, he's not running anywhere.
Is that right?
Yeah. See, he said, no, I didn't go, and Volquez asked for him to check it. Because I think I swung. I could have swore I swung at that. Watch. He says, no, you didn't go. Oh, well, check. See, that tells you all you need to know right there.
2-2. He does swing at that one. As just to handle the bat in his hands as he trots down to first. The force made at second, and Volquez, examining the bat, will now have the ball in his hand as we get set to move to the bottom of the 5th. End of the pierogi race. Boy, you want to run into those Star Troopers like that? Wouldn't you be running away from them?
I got a question. What's the Star Troopers with the square headgear?
Stormtroopers, I'm sorry.
The Stormtroopers.
Stormtroopers.
Yes, Star Troopers, that's a different movie.
Yeah.
Stormtroopers with the square helmets. What is that?
I don't know. But it looks like...
I want somebody to tell us what the difference is.
That's a Yoda-type outfit there, right?
The guys with the square helmets are scouts.
Scouts, okay. Here are tonight's Barrel Automotive League leader stat, the NL players who swing at the first pitch the least, led by Jason Worth, Joe Panik, right? No panic in Joe Panik, Curtis Granderson, then Jordy Mercer and Kristen Yelich, 2 guys you're seeing tonight. Willing to wait for that good pitch. Takes a strike there, 0-1. Line is completed for Garrett Cole, 4 2/3, 11 hits, 7 runs. They were all earned, a walk and 5 strikeouts. So it's been a rough stretch. We've never seen one like that from him.
What that earned run average has done in the last 4 starts. I mean, except for his wins, 4 starts ago, he was working on an all-star type season.
Right. No question.
In the wins, he was just didn't have very many of those because we weren't scoring him, especially early in the year, any runs. I mean, he wasn't getting any run support. So it is
1-2 pitch by Mercer, ripped foul.
definitely a problem, but I don't know what it is. Stuff's good. Location is, you know, he misses his spots occasionally, but not a huge amount. It's not like he's just terribly wild or anything. And when he does seem to miss a spot, he gets hurt on it. When he makes a good pitch, tonight anyway, they find a way to fight it off and bloop it in somewhere.
Meanwhile, Volquez, 73 pitches, so it hasn't been a particularly efficient night for Edinson Volquez, but it has been effective. Coming off his first career no-hitter, has allowed just 1 hit, that a bunt single by Josh Harrison back in the 1st inning. And he gets Jordy Mercer here. Twice Mercer has gone down on strikes, looking the first time, swinging here the second time. Time for our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Chris Stewart is on the 10-day disabled list with a left hamstring strain and has been cleared for all baseball activities except for running. So that is the last sort of hurdle for him to clear before he's able to get back in and really start rehabbing in earnest.
First 2 triples of his career up there on the board, and the second triple that cost him his hamstring.
Yep.
You want a triple when you're getting a little on the older side. Sometimes you got to pay for it.
Jacob Stallings, his first at bat. Of course, his dad, what you'd imagine, would be keeping an eye on this game tonight. The Pitt men's basketball coach. 0-2 now to Jacob Stallings.
Choking up just a little bit.
Fist a slow one, hustling down the line. Dietrich up, will throw across the diamond, get him for the second out of the bottom of the 5th. But not only do the Pirates have just the 1 bunt hit, but I'm trying to remember, Polanco had that high fly ball to right. Again, look deeper because we have the short porch out there, but I'm trying to think of a ball that's been hit hard off Volquez tonight. Can you think of one?
No. Trying to think of
Frazier hit one fairly crisply. Good play down at first base by Moore. Here's Frazier now at the plate. 0-1 after he takes strike 1.
Well, nobody for sure is like really driving the ball toward the line drives to the outfield. Got that obviously, but that's why there's just 1 hit. But you're right. Usually you look up and somebody's giving up 1 hit, you can think, well, there was a live drive to the center field or something like that, but not tonight, not yet.
Third at bat for Adam Frazier. You saw what he did there. Slaps this one foul. Briskly into the left field seats. There's the guy with the only hit for the Pirates. Josh Harrison, that bunt single in the 1st with Dietrich playing back, took advantage.
Only guy with a dirty uniform.
Yeah. And the Pirates did load the bases in the 1st. David Freese drew a walk. John Jason was hit by a pitch, but then bases loaded. Strikeout of Andrew McCutchen. Andrew McCutchen and Jordy Mercer looking on, watching their old teammate Volquez getting apparently out of this inning once again as he throws over, gets Frazier, and retires the side in the 5th. We head on to the 6th with Volquez and the Marlins in command, up 7-0.
Is brought to you by the Chevy Cruze and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're gonna make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Pirates trailing the Miami Marlins by the score of 7-0 as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Jan Marinez on the mound for the Pirates. Told you about Jacob Stallings doing the catching. A couple other changes we'll tell you about in a moment. D. Gordon steps into the batter's box and hits one to Josh Harrison. Harrison crosses body, able to get Gordon just at first base. Jaso does a nice job. Out number 1.
Well, Jay Hay had to be very quick with that. Obviously, he knows who's running. A little bit of a tough throw for Jaso to handle. Did he keep his toe on the base? And
Yep,
you know what?
came back and
He
got it.
put it back on there.
Right.
Yeah, he took it off and then was able to step back on the bag in time. That was a tough play.
Marinez curls in strike 1. There's Phil Goslin at third base. David Freese gets the rest of the night off, and Max Moroffin at shortstop, replacing Jordy Mercer.
We've only played 5 innings so far. That's a little. It's 7-0 ball game. Kind of surprised by. What if the. Somebody got hurt or something?
Big swing and a miss by Stanton. Marlins are a team that, even with the tragic death of Fernandez late in September, their ace, of course, is Stanton. Hits one out to right field, down the line, and foul. Expected to be contenders this year. Remember, they were buyers at the trade deadline last year, even though they obviously fell off towards the end of the season. And then that really, really disappointing stretch we talked about, 6-21 from the end of April towards the middle and latter part of May. Since then, they've righted their ship a little bit, 10-5, trying to play themselves back into contention. They've won 8 of their last 11 games. Don Mattingly trying to get the Marlins back into contention.
Going to be tough to win that division. I mean,
yes,
those Nationals they're really good, and they have a big lead, Jeff Locke. But you know, and this is something we've talked about quite a bit over the last 5 or 6 years about the way the wild card deals with 2 of them now, 2 wild cards, kind of keeps the most of the league in contention. especially if you can hang around the 500 mark all the way really to the middle part of August. As long as you're around 500, you got a shot to where you can have a nice little run in and maybe grab even that last wild card spot. Makes for some real tough decisions by general managers at the trading deadline to decide, what are you, the seller or the buyer?
Absolutely.
What kind of a shot do you really legitimately have? And what makes it hard is because you don't want to give the wrong impression to your fans or your players, but you want to be realistic also. It's not an easy line to walk at times.
When you look out west, and you would expect one of the wild cards, or maybe even both of the wild cards, to come from out there. You have Colorado, Arizona, and LA. But the question is Arizona, really this good? Are they a team that's just off to a fast start? I think people expected the other teams to be good. So if you get one team, maybe that, the Penguins just scored again. You heard a cheer maybe in the ballpark. They're up 3-0 across town, looking to take a 3-2 lead over Nashville. But if you're a team that's the Marlins, you're looking around. Well, you're kind of in the thick of everything except one team. Well, that team falter, and can you catch them? And so, again, you have another 6 weeks or so to figure that out before the trade deadline. A couple Dodger fans. That's a team you would expect to be in the postseason. The Giants were one of those teams expected to contend. They lost Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah.
Cardinals are not playing good baseball right now. And the Cubs, their pitching has faltered. Again, how good is Milwaukee right now? So certainly things to be figured out, but a team like the Marlins, teams like the Pirates, still trying to play themselves back into contention. Goslin ranges over. Nice scoop by Jaso at first.
Couple of good plays this inning, huh?
Mourinho is able to retire the side in order as we head now to the bottom of the sixth. Images from the Allegheny Health Network Super Mo here on a Star Wars night. PNC Park.
Scouts.
Scouts, not stormtroopers. Right?
They're
we were admonished about that earlier.
They scout. You can see how they're a little lighter armor.
Got to be a little quicker, maybe getting in and out of enemy territory or what have you. Not to confuse a scout with a spy, of course. 1-1 to Josh Harrison. Lone Pirate hit. There's a bunt single in the first. Harrison down the right field line will have the second Pirates hit. Going to be at least 2 for Harrison, and he's thinking 3. Now will slide to a stop as the throw comes in from Stanton. So leadoff double for Josh Harrison.
Well, with nobody out, you can't make that first out of an inning at third base. And the Pirates are, right now you're looking for base runners. You're trying to build some kind of a big inning, get a 3-run inning, trying to get back into this game. So no mistakes. You can't get thrown out on the base paths right now. Now, I would say the JA had a pretty darn good chance of getting 3 there, but he made the smart move and threw on the brakes.
Bundle of activity, Josh Harrison.
Yes, he is.
There's Gregory Polanco, who is skied out twice to right field. Takes the ball away. Now the Pirates offense has been better over the last dozen games or so. In fact, one of the better offenses in all of baseball over the last dozen games or so as Polanco takes the curveball for a strike, 1-1.
We still have 4 innings left. 12 outs.
Yeah, Pirates have been on the wrong end of some comebacks the last couple nights. They'd like to see if they can put one together here. Here's Polanco, another fly ball out to right field. Stanton able to make the catch, so Polanco has flied out to right field 3 times. Harrison moves on to third in hopes of at least getting a first run in for the Pirates.
When he gets ahead of the bat to it, he's been just a little underneath at that time. Hit it on a nice trajectory, but no carry. I'm sure that ball didn't hit on the head of the bat. This will give us an idea of where it hit. Yeah, it looked like it was almost down to the end of that black paint by the label. So it did not go very far.
Phil Goslin now will get his first at bat. Came in defensively for David Freese in the top of this 6th inning. Goslin takes strike 1. See, the numbers a real struggle for Goslin. NL's pinch hit leader a year ago, had good numbers for Arizona coming off their bench. Struggled early on, sent down to AAA. Performed well there. Now back for a second crack with the Bucks. And this one, it stays fair, will land in the Marlins dugout, so that gives Goslin another chance to drive the run in. I love it. The fans taking pictures of other fans. In the spirit here tonight.
That stormtrooper looked like he'd been in battle.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. Didn't have the real shiny armor.
Oh, 0-2 pitch to Goslin. Fouled off. Stays alive. Ooh.
Good thing he had that little extra pad on there. That one would have hurt.
It still has to hurt, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Doesn't feel good, I wouldn't think. And they choose. They choose to be a catcher. It's like it's what they want to do. So
yeah,
they're going to have to take those hits.
And Goslin is called out on strikes. Didn't think it was a strike. That's the way it was called by DJ Rayburn, and so he heads back to the Pirates dugout, and they want to get a run in. It'll be up to John Jaso.
Again,
beautiful pitch.
A little paint out there. We've seen that one a couple of times tonight be called a strike.
Starts him out with a curveball. Jaso hit by a pitch in the first. Flew out to left field in the fourth. Trying to bring home the first Pirates run. Josh Harrison at third. Their leadoff double moved to third on the fly ball by Gregory Polanco. Jaso takes. 1-1. Volquez not very happy with himself. Giving himself a stern talking to on the mound. Diaz, Nova, and Polanco. Good news for the Pirates. Looks like Ivan Nova will be able to make a scheduled start on Sunday after leaving the game in Baltimore with a little bit of a knee issue.
No problem, though. He's going to be just fine.
Really been a rock for the Pirates in their rotation. Pitcher of the month in the National League in the month of April.
He's pitched so well. I'm kind of waiting for that maybe 1 or 2 games where it's just not quite the way he normally is. You know, everybody runs through something like that. He's not going to change. He's going to stay aggressive after those hitters and make them beat him.
1-2 pitch to Jaso. Dribbled out in front of the plate. Volquez pounces on it, throws to first. The Pirates are retired after their second hit of the game. A double by Josh Harrison, but we head to the 7th with the Marlins up 7-0. Goes looking on. Vance Worley and Jeff Locke and our Nissan Road Ahead takes a look at the pitching probables for the rest of this weekend series. Vance Worley and Tyler Glasnow going tomorrow. Dan Straley and Trevor Williams on Saturday. That's a 3:30 start. And Sunday at 1, Jeff Locke and Ivan Nova. Those all the time. So tune in and check out Root Sports to get ready for the games. The games themselves all being televised here as both Worley and Locke joining Edinson Volquez as guys obviously that used to pitch for the Pirates. What was that like pitching against your former teammates? Well, ripped hard and over to first. Nice play by Max Moroff, 1 out.
One of the things that I remember the most was that when I was with the Pirates and I was going to pitch against the Braves, And I could see like about a week in advance that Rick Mailer and I were going to match up, and Rick Mailer and I, we were roommates when we both got sent to Richmond down at the same time. We roomed down there and became really good friends. And so that was kind of weird that we were going to be pitching against each other, and bragging rights thing. And I thought a lot about hitting off of him and and I took extra BP and all that kind of stuff. And the game finally came, and I got knocked out in the first inning. So it all came to.
I never did get to face.
No, it was like one of the worst games of my entire career.
Oh, that's
and
too
I had
bad.
prepared for a week for this game. So you really, I guess the moral of the story is you can just, if you can, just take it like anything else and don't go overboard. Moderation in all things.
Sage advice. 2-1 count. Jan Marinez came in for Garrett Cole. And in part looking to not only be effective, but save the bullpen that was worked hard over the weekend. And that will slip under the diving Phil Goslin. And a single by Real Muto. Sunday is a kids' day at PNC Park when the Bucks play the Miami Marlins. 1:35 start for that game. Enjoy fun and games before, during, and after the game. And all kids 14 and under will take home a Play Ball plastic bat, compliments of MLB Play Ball. Go to pirates.com/kidsdays for tickets. Derek Dietrich up 3 for 3, 3 RBIs in the game, 2 doubles and a single. All that coming off Pirate starter Garrett Cole. Takes down low for ball 1. One-oh pitch. 1-1. Dietrich, by the way, from the Cleveland area, and has got his family in attendance. His mom left there, and Monica Puig, I'm told, who's a tennis player. An Olympic gold medalist in tennis.
That's a little more than just a tennis player.
Yeah, from Puerto Rico. And
rooting for a base hit right here.
Well, she's seen 3 of them. That one's fouled off, and here's the night for Derek Dietrich. In the batting here in the 4th. Double that scores a couple in the 4th inning. They had that double obviously in the 1st. It scored a couple. Then the double in the 4th later came around to score. A single in the 5th later came around to score. So 3 hits, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored for Derek Dietrich tonight.
That first one, that was a pretty important base hit in this game.
Yep. I remember back then.
If it's 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and then Cole had 2 strikeouts in a row, and it looked like, okay, he's going to get out of this.
Yep.
And then Dietrich came up with that big double, and that gave him the big inning, the one you're trying to stay out of, that put the 3 spot up early in the 1st inning. And you're trying to play catch up. You're trying to pitch perfect after that.
Dietrich lifts this one down the line, heading towards the seats over there, and will bounce off the concrete walkway and foul ball 2-2.
Blanco a little gingerly over there. Remember last time he ran toward that ball, he bruised his ankle.
Had that one eyeballed. Maybe a little leery of that fence.
Yeah,
like
I think
you
he's
said.
probably thinking about it as he's going over there. The wall comes up quick, not very far. about maybe 4 feet from the foul line. Cross into foul territory, you're running into it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room down there. There's a good look at that wall that Polanco slid into. Except for the ankle injury that knocked him out of the lineup for a few games. Full count to Dietrich. 1 out here in the 7th. Dietrich will pop up that Polanco will coast underneath. 2nd out of the inning. That'll bring up Tyler Moore, who's also had a nice game, a double and a single, and 3 at-bats for Tyler Moore. Martinez doing a nice job thus far. Hey, when you come into the game as a reliever, you know that's part of your job, right? To, in a game like this, to just try to get as deep as possible.
Oh yeah, you just, well, it's an opportunity too for you.
Sure.
Because you always have that totem pole out there in the bullpen, and you kind of move around, especially the bottom part of it. And you get into these games, it's an opportunity to kind of show what you can do, and you know, maybe have that your job kind of change. You keep doing better and better and better, and you kind of move up and start pitching in more important situations. And I think we've seen that at the end of last year and this year with Wade LeBlanc. You know, he kind of started out a little bit being more of a long man type pitcher, and he's had a lot of success, and we've seen him, especially now this season, last month or so, he's gone out there in some very close games.
One pitch from Martinez that is inside, 2-1, and the light goes off again, and assumption is that is another goal for the Penguins, who must be taking it to Nashville. Last check it was 3-0. I'm guessing now 4-0. How about that? So that's the new villain, Kyler Wren, right? He had that mask. This ball is ripped into the corner.
Good foul.
And it is a foul ball.
Frazier wasn't quite sure. Which means that it probably wasn't foul by much if Frazier wasn't sure. See where it hit? Yep. Oh yeah. Easy foot foul. Moore staring at it the whole time, hoping it doesn't hook.
You know, it's an unusual fence down there. It's so low, and the angle of it. You don't see a lot of balls hit actually off that fence on the fly, you know. See a short hop on occasion or one roll out that way.
A lot of times if they're hit well down there, because it's such a short distance to that foul pole, they're home runs. More often than not, you see more home runs over that fence than you see balls actually hit it.
Right.
It is a kind of an odd thing. Just 325, but then it just angles out right away and gets fairly deep in a hurry.
3-2 pitch to Moore. And he swings and misses, and Martinez continues to pitch effectively for the Pirates. As we head to the bottom of the 7th, the Buccos trailing by the score of 7-0.
Is brought to you by Barrel. Visit our brand new Kia showroom in Wexford. More vehicles than ever at the very best prices. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
At PNC Park, under a full moon it appears, the Pirates trailing right now to the Marlins by the score of 7-0, but then out hit 12-2 as you take a look at PPG Place, the beautiful building downtown over Market Square. And Edinson Volquez coming off a no-hitter in his last outing, out for the 7th, facing Andrew McCutchen. Hit sharply over to first, one away, one pitch for Volquez, who's allowed just 2 hits. So Jan Marinez, his night will be over, and Josh Bell will come up to pinch hit for the Bucks. Ball hit crisply by Andrew McCutchen, but he is out number 1. Grounded right to JT Riddle, the shortstop. This was the spot originally held by Elias Diaz, and he gave way in the double switch to Jacob Stallings. Marinez took his spot in the order. Now Josh Bell will come up to pinch hit. Nice work by Jan Marinez for the Pirates tonight, taking over for Garrett Cole. The ball drifts away. And Daniel Hudson looks like will come out to pitch in the 8th inning. One to Josh Bell. Bell takes this down 2-1. Nice work by Marinez. Goes 2 1/3, allows just a 1 hit, no run, didn't walk a batter, struck out 2, so able to give some of the bullpen a rest and at least gave the Pirates a chance to get the offense going, but of course they've been unable to do much against Volquez tonight.
You know, there's always a little bit of a personal type thing going on in any game.
Bell sneaks that inside the line.
Did they get touched?
Yep, touched by one fan, grabbed by another, and Bell will be awarded second base.
You know, baseball is a kind of a sport where there's always that personal battle going on in the game between the pitcher and the hitter. So beyond the score, sometimes there's, especially for guys that are like bench players or, you know, long men in the bullpen, you still have a personal goal, you know, to play for your stats a little bit, get a hit just because you're down by 7. I mean, it's important. Don't give away at bats. And for a long man in the bullpen, you go out there, you know, put up a couple of zeros. Show what you can do. Talked about that last inning.
More off-season go outside, and we saw one shift with Barbado, Johnny Barbado being sent down. Neverauskas comes up, and of course we don't know how they're going to be used, but like you said, Marinez trying to show that, look, I can pitch in important ball games.
Next time someone goes down, I don't want it to be me.
Right.
There's always a little bit of a revolving door at the bottom end of that bullpen. You want to stay away from the doorway.
Right. And then, you know, you go in, and after a 7-0 loss, you can't look too satisfied, but you have to have some sense of fulfillment.
Well, yeah, you know, you're driving home or something, say, yeah, you think it'll run the things through in your mind what you did right. Should I write a letter to myself?
Exactly what I was going to say. I was waiting for the pitch to Moroff. Write that letter to yourself.
Yeah, maybe a paragraph. You know, add something to the letter.
If you missed this, the conversation earlier from Bob, Johnny Sain, a pitching coach, advising him to do that when things are going well. Right down.
Things are going great,
right.
And you're like really on top of your game, and you don't even. And that's another thing I guess I didn't add is you don't have to do it all at one time. You can kind of like, as long as you're on that roll, you know, keep it handy so you can add some things to it. But at one point, go ahead and seal it up, put it away. Save it for a rainy day.
You wonder if we see Nick Whitgren up there in the bullpen, if Volquez is nearing the end of his evening, and it would appear so. The pitch count getting up, and more off down on strikes. Volquez just cruising along tonight.
That was a fastball that got the chase on. That was not that little split pitch.
Well, Clint Hurdle said in Volquez's no-hitter not only got chases out of the strike zone, but got swings and misses inside the strike zone as well. Took Volquez a little bit in that first inning, came up with a key strikeout of McCutchen with the bases loaded, and then really since then has not been threatened a whole lot. There was the Harrison leadoff double in the sixth, but he was stranded there. Strike one to Stallings now. Harrison has both of the Pirates' hits. I beg your pardon, 3 hits now, obviously, with the Bell pinch hit double. So 2 of the 3 hits for Josh Harrison. Really having a fine season, Josh Harrison, for the Bucks.
Like he might be through for the night. Like he had all of his belongings there with him. Never going to take it in. Various shin guards and stuff. And helmet.
Another roar from the crowd. Another goal scored across town. Well, there were some mighty nervous Penguins fans after they lost those 2 games in Nashville, but really taking it to the Predators tonight. Pecorine has been chased after giving up 3 goals. The Penguins continuing to pour it on. Here, meanwhile, Jacob Stallings looking to get the Pirates on the board. Has worked the count to 2-1. Volquez up to 109 pitches. Two-one. 2-2.
Yeah, you would believe this would be his absolutely last inning.
Potentially his last batter here, right?
Yeah, I mean, even though he had the no-hitter, it was less than 100 pitches, but still, why in a 7-0 ball game, why push him? He's not a youngster anymore.
In the hole, Riddle up across the diamond. Stallings is out. Number 3, Edinson. Volquez points towards the sky, strolls off the field. 7 shutout innings of 3-hit ball for Edinson Volquez. It is 7-0 Marlins. Pirates by the score of 7-0. 12 hits, just 3 for the Pirates. Edinson Volquez getting some congratulations. It appears as if his night is over. And just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Daniel Hudson will do the pitching for the Pirates. John Jaso goes from first base to left. Frazier goes from left to center, and Josh Bell stays in the game and will play first base. There is Adam Frazier playing center field.
Well, it wasn't back-to-back no-hitters, but you got to think that Jason and left. You got to think Volquez did about as good as you can expect. 7-inning shutout tonight, but just 3 hits. One of those a bunt single.
Daniel Hudson facing JT Riddle. Congratulations once again to Greg and Kim Brown, right?
Yeah.
Greg with their son Ryan graduating from Sewickley Academy, heading to Vanderbilt. As you take a look at the numbers for Daniel Hudson, congratulations to Greg, Kim, and Ryan, of course.
Yeah, Ryan, a fine young man, going to do some great things. You watch.
Riddle inside, by the way, I'd like to at least mention my son's graduating tomorrow from North Allegheny High School, Schaefer King.
Congratulations to you, too.
Thank you. Mostly my wife Meg's doing, of course, but you know how that is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
You remember those days?
Yeah. Well, I could still have. I got grandkids now.
Oh yeah. Okay. So it's all coming back to you. It's like the boomerang effect.
The
right?
youngest one just a little over 1, 13 months.
Wow.
So, doing it all over again. We get to watch her a couple days a week.
Up high. 3-1 now to Riddle. And Greg's scheduled to be back in here tomorrow as the Pirates continue on in this 4-game set against the Marlins, part of the beginning of a 10-game homestand over the next 11 days. Down to the Bell. Bell flips to Hudson, 1 away. So that's it for Edinson Volquez, as Telis Tomas will come on. Tomas Telis, I beg your pardon, will come on to pinch hit. Dustin McGowan coming in.
We'll see if he can get the last 6 outs.
Pitch to Telis. Strike 1 for Daniel Hudson. Here's another guy trying to regain his footing for the Pirates, Daniel Hudson. I mean, clearly a guy that they're counting on to be the next couple of years.
When the season started, it was kind of, he was the setup man. I mean, that was going to be his role, but it just hasn't gone very smoothly for him. He's removed from the high pressure type situations, the close game type situations, so he can work on his craft and get things going again.
Has been coming on a little bit. 0-2 pitch, grounded to Max Moroff. Across the diamond to first, 2 away.
He went through a similar thing last year where he had a very bad stretch, kind of messed up his earned run average. But once he got through that, very clean, very strong.
You can see the rough start in April, the ERA at 5.55 coming into this game, and that's counterbalanced by this. So the April ERA, obviously not what he or anybody expected. May very effective, and then has been good in a couple of outings so far here in June.
Always tough for a reliever when you have you come out of the gate slow. You have a couple bad games where you give up a bunch of earned runs because you're not pitching all that much, just once every couple of days, usually just for an inning. Seems like forever to bring that earned run average down to where you're kind of like, you don't mind looking at it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
For the starters, it's a little easier because you can, if you can put a couple of good games together in a row, I mean, you can move it fairly quickly early in the year when you don't have a lot of innings.
1-1 to Gordon, skips up. Be 2-1, ball taken out of play. When did that start? Do you remember where the ball was taken out of play anytime it hit the dirt?
When did that start?
Yeah, that wasn't the way when you were there.
No, no, absolutely not. I think it started when
right around the was right after the lockout.
well, it was when.
I'll let you think about that. As
No,
Gordon goes to Bell over to Hudson, and they're out of the inning.
I want to make sure I'm accurate with what I'm about to say, so I kind of wait for a second.
We'll wait on that.
Engage my mind before I speak.
We'll get that story at the bottom of the 8th coming up next. Miami Marlins on top of the Pittsburgh Pirates by the final score of 7, or by the score, not final yet. My goodness, got ahead of myself. Their score is 7-0. RBI Baseball 2017 returns with fast-paced pick-up and play MLB action packed with all your favorite MLB teams, players, ballparks, and much more. Get RBI Baseball today for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and mobile devices. Learn more at RBIGame.com. I have to admit I was a little distracted because I was looking something up about baseball is being taken out of play, and I guess they can go through 100 baseballs in a game.
Oh, easy. And that, see, now I don't know if I have the exact details, but this is kind of a ballpark answer to your question. At one time, I'm going to say it happened probably about the time we came to PNC Park. It might be a couple years before that, a couple years after. I'm not real sure. But I think MLB made some kind of deal with Rawlings to where the teams would either get supplied with the balls for free or at very much a reduced cost, something like that. Because before that period, teams used to they would have to take their own balls on the road with them because the other teams that had to pay and buy every single box themselves, they didn't want. I mean, they wouldn't let the team coming in, the visitor team, use those balls. The Dodgers, I think they were the first ones I saw, and some other people copied them. They would even stamp LA on all their baseballs for batting practice, so that they if they saw you taking one of their balls, they'd call you on it and say, hey, it says Dodgers right on there. Early batting practice, all the home run balls going in the stands, there would always be a coach go up there and collect them and throw them back onto the field because those baseballs cost money. Nobody would throw a ball into the stands. You know how you throw balls in the stands now all the time? That was never done. And unless a ball had like a rip in it or something that was really messed up about it, it stayed in the game. If it was just like it had a little dirt smudge or grass stain, it was no big deal.
You can see some changes here defensively. Moore moves from first out to left field. Talise stays in the game at first base. Colon now in at second base, and that'll be it for D. Gordon getting the rest of the night off. Dustin McGowan doing the pitching. I want to ask you about that ball in a moment. McGowan's ERA 2.32. Josh Harrison up the middle sharply, and he will be out number 2. McGowan, by the way, won the Hutch Award. This is a guy that former first-round pick, Tommy John surgery, 3 shoulder surgeries, DFA'd a couple of times in the last couple of years. That Hutch Award, I bring it up because Bob Prince is one of the founders of the award back in 1965, named after Fred Hutchinson, the former pitcher and manager. But, you talked about in the old days, it seemed like a lot of pitchers, Whitey Ford supposedly didn't mind a scuff ball on a ball.
Oh, no, balls were scuffed all the time. Guys used to, the old sandpaper in the palm of your left hand, and you would scratch. You would get your movement that way.
But I would think a scuffed ball that hits the dirt. By the way, we saw a shot of Gunners there. Again, talking about the Hutch Award for that Dustin McGowan won. But, even if the ball was nicked up a little, it went into the dirt or whatever, could you find a way to use that as an advantage?
Oh, absolutely. The balls would come back to you, and the first thing you do is look around it and see if it had a nice abrasion or something on it. And you could use that ball to make the ball go left or right, depending on which side you put the abrasion on. And there were times, or there was 2 times I can remember, kind of a funny thing where I made the last out in Chicago, and Mark Grace would flip me the ball as I went by, and I would take the ball into the dugout with me and scratch it all up on the concrete wall in front, and then take it back out and start the inning with it. And at least one time he was the first hitter.
High fly, pop out, an 8-pitch inning for Dustin McGowan as Polanco pops out. We head to the 9th. The Marlins up by the score of 7-0.
Star Wars night, been a lot of fun for everybody with all the costumes and everything, but it has not been a lot of fun for the Pirates. As you can see on the UPMC scoreboard, it is all Marlins, all fish, 7-0.
And Jose Osuna, Bob, checking into the game out in right field for the Pirates, so he'll see a little time. I think most of the bench, if not all, has been used. Ovidas Neverauskas on the mound.
We'll see what he has done at Indy to this point. 21 games, 27 innings of work. Get a little action in here. His first evening back.
And he will face Giancarlo Stanton. Welcome back to the big leagues.
Yeah, there's your first hitter.
Oof, 98, knee high on the outside corner. Not bad.
That'll work.
So Hudson comes in, pitches one scoreless.
And backs it up with another one right in the same spot at 96. Nicely done.
Good luck on the Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
How many complete rotations that ball makes on the way in, a good fastball.
Would that depend upon the velocity, I wonder?
Yep. RPMs. I'm sure that's we could look that up. I couldn't, but
you think somebody maybe
it's out there
on
somewhere. It's out there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
I know that with the radar system they have in place at all the ballparks, they can tell you how the exact RPM of the baseball is just going in there, how fast it's spinning per minute. That ball lashed in the center field.
It was lashed. Well put. 97 in, and talk about exit velocity.
It was over
out.
97 going the other way.
Yep.
Wow, that stopped the spin.
Right.
That
I think that had zero revolutions on the way out. It's a loud crack of the bat.
Greg Gibson out at second base.
Oh my!
That ball was knuckling at him at over 100 miles an hour.
The applause again. The light going off. By the way, 6-0 now. I'm assuming for the Penguins, as a crowd here cheering again. Nebraska's facing
They're only in the
Yelich
second period, aren't they?
I think it's got to still be early.
Are they going to get double figures tonight?
It's amazing, isn't it? You spread those out over one more game and call it a series. So, you know, Nebraska's now comes in too, right into the meat of the order. Stanton, Yelich, Ozuna. That's good opportunity. Yeah, that's right. Ozuna has been switched out of the game. I beg your pardon, but regardless, it's not like he's getting a comfortable landing spot in.
No, I mean, throwing the fire right away with Stanton up there.
There's Christian Colon, who will be up next. Pair of doubles, 2 ground outs for Yelich. Takes one down, 2-1. Stallings some familiarity with Neverauskas, both recently recalled from AAA Indianapolis.
Good number to be wearing on a night like this.
Yeah. Yep, he was asked about that. Not a hockey fan, but now he knows. He was made aware of that right away. His dad was a baseball coach over there, so I'm not sure how many Penguins games he watched growing up. Would have been around just at the, certainly for the comeback of Mario Lemieux. Nebraska's good pitch there on the outside corner.
You would think that their hockey, pretty big sport over in that part of Europe.
I can honestly tell you, I don't have the slightest idea.
It's got to be. I mean, Northern Europe.
Well, I was interested, and I remember
cool winters.
I did Google it. Unlike the revolutions per minute, I went to Google and looked it up. And there was a sport. I think basketball is a big sport in Lithuania. But that's
not far from Russia. But
right.
Go back into the 70s, the Red Army team.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good team. great team. Of course, the great Summit Series in the 70s. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fouled off again.
He's showing off some good velocity tonight. 96 to 98 with the fastball.
Ellington warming up, perhaps to come out for the 9th inning. Trying to bounce back from a rough start in Chicago. It's been grounded by Yelich, and it's going to get through. That was sort of odd looking. Stanton, I guess, was trying to avoid being hit by the ball, but suddenly everything just sort of stopped for a moment, and Yelich able to get on with a single, 3 for 5.
Yeah, the ball was grounded right at him, and he's like, well, I'll just hold up, let this one go in front of me, and then continue on my way. Playing station to station right down on my, anyway, 7-run lead here in the last inning.
Seeing I hit, there's Josh Harrison standing next to the very large Giancarlo Stanton. Talked about the joy of playing of Edinson Volquez. That's certainly the same could be said for Josh Harrison.
Who did not leave? Remember he was carrying around all of his gear?
What's that?
Remember in the dugout he was carrying around all of his gear. We thought maybe night was over, but nope, he's still out there.
Christian Colon, you see the numbers for him. 16 games this season. Came on for D. Gordon with the large lead for the Marlins. Gordon getting the rest of the night off. Neverauskas away. 2-1 now. Nobody out here in the 9th. Marlins up 7-0. This one fouled off. I would imagine this would be a pretty good situation to get Neverauskas in and get him back acclimated again. Obviously a low pressure situation, but I suppose when you're a young pitcher trying to find yourself, no situation is really too low pressure of a situation.
No, it goes back to being there's the individual stuff that's always going on in every game, no matter what the score is. Yeah, there's just being in a major league game right now. I mean, he's butterflies. Heck, even for Hudson tonight, I'm sure, you know, he's trying to reestablish himself out there. It's important for him to go out and put up a 0. So he's working his way back toward the top part of the bullpen. Looks like he has turned it around. He's still waiting. Very important for him to continue to go in that direction.
2-2 pitches away. Told you that came off a very good month of June, and then or May, I beg your pardon, has been unscored upon Daniel Hudson in the month of June. Neverauskas now 3-2 pitch to Colon. This one's popped up. Josh Bell underneath it, and will make the catch for out number 1. Boy, Stanton is a physically large man. Can you think of anybody that you pitched against that was that imposing at the plate? And does it affect you at all as a pitcher to see somebody that big?
Yeah, it definitely. Before you know that, if you talk to him at some point, there's been some times where somebody's physically imposing, and I've actually, for whatever reason, had a conversation, and I'm like, wow, this guy's really nice, you know? and they lose that edge. And that's why I like.
That's funny.
Bob Gibson, also one of my pitching coaches from years ago. One of the things that he always preached was, don't let the hitters know who you are. You know, let them, you know, be a little mystery about you. I mean, don't be nice and, you know, shoot the breeze with them and stuff like that. Make that other team think that, wow, this guy is, you know, never wants to talk. He's maybe a little crazy or something. And because there is that especially if you're physically imposing. Something about that.
Gibson was ornery. Here's perhaps a double play ball. And they're able to go 6-4-3. Nicely turned by the middle infield. Neverauskas is able to pitch a scoreless ninth, heading to the bottom half with the Marlins up 7-0. Series, the Marlins will send another former Bucko to the hill as Vance Worley will start for the Fish, while Tyler Glasnow will get the start for the Pirates. Our coverage starts at 6:30 with Pirates pregame presented by WB Mason. Glasnow trying to get things going here as the calendar turns into the month of June. Young lady enjoying herself tonight. Brian Ellington had really been effective for the Marlins. Last outing, he pitches a third of an inning, gives up 5 hits and 6 earned runs. You talk about your ERA taking a beating.
And it's almost 6 now. That's one of the things you have to deal with as a bullpen guy.
It's pretty much just one outing.
I mean, you can see your numbers just get destroyed because of one really horrible outing. You just don't have the innings pitched to cover that up, and it's why when you evaluate the worth of a bullpen guy or what kind of year he's having, you got to take that ERA sometimes with a little grain of salt. That, especially for a bullpenner that probably won't tell the story. I know we always, every time a guy comes in from the bullpen, we'll always give the ERA, but what does it really mean?
You know, you brought that up. I was looking at the numbers for A.J. Ramos. Of course, we didn't know whether we were going to see Ramos or not tonight. And the overall numbers don't look that great for him. He's 1-2, so he's come into a couple of tie games and hasn't pitched well, as we see Goslin get one through the right side to a base hit for Phil Goslin. But he's had 9 save opportunities. He's 9 for 9. And in those 9 opportunities, he's pitched 8 2/3 innings. He has not given up a run. He's only allowed 2 hits. He struck out 14. So, and you know, you talk about end of the bullpen, you know, closers and late inning guys kind of being adrenaline guys, and when they're not in games that matter, they don't pitch that well. But when it's mattered, A.J. Ramos has been lights out for the Marlins.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You got to kind of dig a little deeper into those numbers. Sometimes you get the true story of someone. Now, obviously, if you see somebody that's got a 0.50 ERA,
right?
I mean, well, yeah, he's pretty good.
Right. Yeah,
it doesn't matter what the innings are.
Yeah,
there.
you don't have to parse up Andrew Miller's numbers or Felipe Rivero's numbers.
See a high ERA, you know, it doesn't. It might mean the guy's been horrible, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. There could be some other circumstances that, you know, one of those outings where you give up 6 runs in a third of an inning.
Well, I think that's one of the things that attracted the Pirates to Daniel Hudson. You brought him up earlier. He had that stretch, I think it was 9 appearances in which the ERA took a beating, but other than that, the ERA was down in the mid-ones for the rest of the season, which was obviously the bulk of the games that he pitched. Ellington, a hard thrower here. 2-1 count to Jaso. Pirates trying to avoid being shut out, trying to avoid losing the first game of this 4-game series, but it would take a miraculous comeback, obviously, at this point, down by the score of 7-0. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Jaso from Ellington. Up high, 3-2. And the last thing you want to see is Jose Osuna comes into the on-deck circle if you're Don Mattingly, is a late guy to come in and struggle, and now you have to get somebody else up and start using up some of your bullpen guys in a game in which you're up handily. Jaso fouls this one off. Pirates came into this game uncertain as to whether Watson, Rivero, or LeBlanc would be able to toe the rubber. Obviously, none of the three needed in this game were used. It's the Pirates bullpen and Tony Watson and Wade LeBlanc. Inside to John Jaso, so he draws the walk to a board.
You're right. This is what Mattingly would hate right now. 7-run lead and base on balls.
And you have a young guy, you know, pitcher in Ellington who's doesn't have a whole lot of outings this year, and he's pitched really well, and he's coming off a really, really tough outing in Chicago. And we talked about Neverauskas, a chance to kind of maybe ease him back into the big leagues. I'm sure Mattingly's thought is ease him back in. Let's get him a situation where the game doesn't matter much, low stress, get him back on track. But allows the first two to reach here, gets Osuna out in front. First at bat for Jose Osuna.
Yeah, the first one, Gosselin getting on, that's an opposite field ground ball. A ground ball through the other side of the infield. As a pitcher, you're not beating yourself up on that, but the base on balls with a 7-run lead, that's the one where it's like, how did I do that? I can't be walking people. If they're going to get base hits, that's okay, but
Gosselin on second, Osuna.
And Mattingly wouldn't mind that. You know, you guys pounding the strike zone, it gives up a couple of hits and a run. Okay, that you'd much rather see that than any kind of wildness or getting carried away with trying to miss the bat.
Osuna hits this one fairly well, but drifting back, and the catch made out in center field. Gosselin will tag up and move to third.
Opportunity here anyway to break the shutout. One out. Gosselin at third base.
Garrett Cole started the game tonight. Did pass a milestone. Got his 600th career strikeout tonight. But other than that, not the outing he was hoping for. 4 2/3, allowed 11 hits, 7 runs. Here's Josh Bell at the plate. Did not start the game. Ellington, that is a heavy fastball at 98 miles an hour. Amazing how many hard throwers there are. Isn't it incredible? So many guys, Bob, that throw in the mid to upper 90s.
No, I agree with you. There is a lot of guys that can rush it up there. Probably the bullpen, I think, is where the difference is. I don't know. The overall speed, I don't think, is harder than ever. I know it's measured differently nowadays, and you get that velocity out of the hand instead of halfway to the plate. But you do have the the bullpens are so deep with velocity. I think that's kind of been the change in baseball.
Do you think the way it is measured has a big
difference in the overall, the top number? But you didn't have guys 40 years ago that came out of the bullpen one after another, all throwing in the mid-90s. I mean, that was kind of like the
ball's hammered by Bell. He's going to be out at first on a close play. Boy, really hit that hard. Goslin does come in to score. So first run of the game for the Pirates.
But the overall, the top numbers of the velocity, that's probably a little bit of a difference nowadays because of the way the ball is measured, where the speed is. The fastball, let's say it's 95 out of the hand. Well, when it gets to home plate, it's probably going about 88.
Okay.
So the velocity at the halfway point is, I don't know, 93, 92, right in that area. But my point is, the bullpen, there would be some finesse guys out there, a couple guys that are older and have now are
getting by on guile.
Yeah, their arms aren't what they used to be. I mean, there was always a lot of that in bullpens. Now it's like young power arms out there, and so there's no. I mean, you can go through 4 pitchers in a game, starter and 3 guys out of the bullpen, and nobody's thrown under 95.
Right.
And that, I think, is a big change. So many hard throwers.
2-0 count to Max Moroff. Three 3-0. Had a conversation with Ross Ohlendorf about that, where he said he didn't really. He's asking him about remember when we playing for the Pirates, obviously the Princeton guy at 2 seams and 4 seams. He said, well, if they measure the velocity coming out of your hand, it doesn't really matter. It's always going to be the same coming out of your hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
But your point about 4 seams going to be traveling faster when it gets to the plate. The 2 seam with the movement going to be traveling a little slower when it gets to the plate. Right?
No.
No. Okay. All right. That's a different subject.
If you start the baseball at the same speed, both of them exactly the same, there's not going to be hardly any difference in that velocity 60 feet away.
Okay.
No matter which direction, if they're both spinning. Now, maybe if it's a knuckleball, maybe that's going to slow down a little bit more. But if they're both spinning, Ray Miller and I in Philadelphia went out and took the radar gun out to the bullpen, and I did my absolute best to see if there was any difference. There was a day where I was really feeling good, and I warmed up and threw like game speed, and I put everything I had into 4-seam fastballs, 2-seam fastballs. Everything was the same. All of them were like right there, 84, 83 mile an hour.
3-2 pitch to Moroff. And Moroff thought it was ball 4. Instead, it is strike 3, and the game is over. Moroff caught looking. Ellington gets the final out, and the Marlins win game 1 of the series, Bob, by the final score of 7-1.
Yeah, there wasn't really, at any point much of a game. When you look at the 3 runs they put up in the first inning, and Volquez, he didn't need anything. He was just outstanding, really backed up, hit that no-hitter he threw last time out. You just have to try and forget this one. Hope the offense does a little bit better tomorrow.
Yep, the Pirates lose their last 2 in Baltimore, lose this one as they begin a 10-game homestand with 4 against the Marlins. 7-1 is the final as we head out to Paul and Teague for the post-game show, guys.
All right, Rob and Bob, thank you very much. And really a pitching matchup, Teague, you were looking forward to. Cole, Edinson, Volquez. Volquez did his part. Unfortunately, Garrett Cole did not.
Yeah, and when you watch a game like tonight, the last 2 nights was kind of, the team had one facet doing real well and the other facet, the other half of the game was not going well. Tonight, this is the kind of result when you're bad on both sides of the ball. And there's a big debate as always, which one is more painful, a loss like tonight or a one, like we had the last couple nights. I think the last couple nights wins out, but these are not a whole lot of fun either.
No, and you wonder what those last two losses did to the team. May have had a lingering effect. As we promised during the course of the broadcast, it's time for Miller Time. It's brought to you by Miller Lite and former Bucco Edinson Volquez. He certainly earned that honor. 7 innings, only allows 3 hits, no runs, walked a couple, strikes out 8. This, by the way, coming off the Major League Baseball's first no-hitter of the year. So Volquez certainly has it going right now as the Marlins take care of the Pirates by the score of 7-1. Teague and I are just getting started here. We'll be back with Pirates postgame presented by the Allegheny Health Network. That is all straight ahead right here on Root Sports. The Pirates come up on the short end by the final of 7-1. Teague and I are back in a flash right after this.